Good day and welcome. Thank you for joining me today. Imagine playing Starfield again. But you can't imagine that. Anywho, we're on missions and doing stuff randomly or whatever. Semi-randomly, I don't know. We're level 10 now. If I put my glasses on, there's some small writing.
You are our guest.
Green, thank you for liking. Much appreciated. Oh, that's better. Interesting, Breen. I was watching on Twitter some guy that I don't remember his name, but he said he rolled the credits on Starfield. He had never played a Bethesda game before, and he only did 3 side missions. Played about 18 hours or whatever it was, and didn't have very good. He said he didn't really like Starfield. He um found it too whatever. I can't remember what he said exactly, but found it not to be his thing. Essentially, is the way I interpreted it. But he said it's bad, and everyone from Bethesda should get fired. He was so disappointed, because obviously he had hyped himself up. But on his profile it said he's a Souls player. So I think it was just really false expectations. Really. But I don't know. I'm really enjoying this game. I don't know, but maybe it's because I played role-playing games and stuff like that. Because he said, "Oh, it's just a bunch of fetch quests and this and that." But I mean, you can break down the games. You can break down a lot of games to the basics that he broke it down to. I mean, I don't know what you can expect. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna transfer my resources from here and put them in my personal safe, just so I don't accidentally sell them. I don't know what ship parts really do for me. Take that out of there too, I guess. Don't have a lot of stuff in here now. These things don't weigh anything. They don't really need to be in there. Yeah. I don't know if you remember from Mixer. There was a streamer named Jay the Oog. I used to chat with him a lot too, and I remember he went from games like The Division to trying the Outer Worlds, and it was kind of the same thing. He didn't really like it, but he played it like a run and gun Division style game, and he thought it sucked too. So I mean, I think it's just setting your expectations appropriately. It'd be like me. I never played Elden Ring, but I played some Dark Soul games. I never really got into them, and going into Elden Ring and expecting it to not be a Souls-like experience. I'm not really big into boss battlers. I stayed away from Monster Hunter as well. I kind of tolerated Forbidden West because there is some boss battles in that, but I kind of prefer the discovery, going around and finding little nuggets that you do in these kind of games. Oh, this container's at max. I thought they could hold a lot more stuff in there. Bummer. Let's just go back into resources and grab all the resources, I guess. And then we'll transfer the helmet. We'll transfer that pack and helmet, I guess. To there. I don't know what I did with my Vanguard helmet. Well, you know, this wasn't intuitive to me to be able to pack my stuff in here. Oh, you can jettison? See that? Here. This is my inventory. Resources. There. But mostly just resources in here. Let's go check out this mission here. Like a special assignment of some sort. Take a side trip from the UC quest. I don't know about that fan guy, you know, he's kind of annoying. I mean, it's kind of funny. I wonder if he actually has some sort of twist to it at some point. But hey, do you know how to target by chance? You know, like when you're aiming at, you want to aim at a specific section of the ship? Look that up. Back to system. Over in Seoul, I guess. Alexa, what button in Starfield do you press on the Xbox to target specific ship components? Manage targets button. That didn't help me.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Docking complete. It's so satisfying seeing the hatches line up.
All right, we're gonna board.
Vigilance is an amazing ship. Oh, it's too bad Constellation can't afford something this impressive.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander? Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail. I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal.
I want to build one like that.
Understood? If you'd follow me, please. So, you're the vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City. You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't
I just
normally
snuck around
see that
mostly.
kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments. All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
I don't care that there's NPCs with me. My poll active?
Yes?
Want to talk to me?
I miss the sun on Jemison. Once I get time off, that's the first place I'm jumping.
Pardon.
Ah, there you are. Commander Kibwe Kande, UC SysDef. Glad to have you aboard. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer. UC SysDef is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle big picture stuff, we deal specifically with pirates. Since you're already involved with the Vanguard, I don't have to underline how important your contribution will be to the security of our spaceways. It appears he's certainly picked the right person for the job. So, now that you're part of the team, allow me to introduce you to your new home. This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance, SysDef's nerve center dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet. That's strange. According to your file, you've encountered them before. On Vectera specifically. They were the pirates that attacked your mining outpost? I'm surprised you don't remember. We are currently in the Sol system, in deep orbit around Phobos. As to why, I'll explain momentarily. Whether this ship is impressive or not, you're the key element that we've been lacking. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses.
Oh,
The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse. Good. I have just the right place for you to start. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention. Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport outside of Neon, a city on Volai. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship, and you're looking at some serious fines. That's classified. Suffice to say that the smuggler who was previously hauling it will be spending the rest of their life in prison. That's right. So it'll be your job to convince this person that you're the real deal. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know. Let's just say my superiors need proof that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a larger priority than they're willing to admit. If we shove enough concrete evidence under their noses, they'll have no choice but to allocate the resources that I've requested. At the same time, we can use the evidence to arrest members of the Crimson Fleet, weakening them enough to strike a fatal blow. If I didn't have confidence in your abilities, I would have told Commander Tuala to send someone else. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down. Then you better learn to swim, because you're diving right into the deep end on this one. I've studied your profile. I know you can do this. I'm not about to throw away someone's life on a whim or a prayer. Just use your best judgment, trust your instincts, and watch your back. I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear. As an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics. Allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control. The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money.
Money?
All of their morals and social graces fall by the wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that? To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing. Think before you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely
But I
necessary.
love going around guns blazing.
Your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good. That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck. While you're running with the Crimson Fleet, you're undoubtedly going to be faced with some morally gray decisions. It's going to be difficult for you to weigh the consequences of pulling the trigger while maintaining your cover. Do what you have to do, but remember why you're out there in the first place. That's why I expect you to constantly seek alternative means to overcome your obstacles, rather than blowing holes in them. Look, I can see that you're struggling with this, so let me simplify this for you. If there's a route to your goal which doesn't involve killing innocent people, I'm urging you to follow that path. Use your instincts. I'm certain you'll do the right thing. For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're working for the United Colonies. Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines. All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got. That's easy to answer. You don't. We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence, and at the completion of your assignments, head back here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own. You have your orders.
Yes. What?
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood? Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, we need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find. I'd scour every inch of wherever the Crimson Fleet sends you. Otherwise, you're wasting our time and risking your neck for nothing. Criminals are sloppy. Look hard enough, and I'm certain you'll stumble across their mess. Well, you better. Commander Akande's entire operation is resting on your shoulders.
A lot of pressure.
Data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig. For the sake of the settled systems, I hope you're right. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard. What? No. It's personal. It has nothing to do with you. Just stick to the mission and you'll be fine. Then you'll understand why it's so important that this operation is successful. Anyway, before I let you go, there's just one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts. Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, you're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected incidentals. So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions and accept the compensation. It's not generous, it's motivational. Commander Akande's idea. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden. And with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed. Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if you're scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you the consequences of making that mistake. We'll be keeping them close at hand until this operation is complete. So, we'll be holding them in the Vigilance's brig. If you're feeling particularly ruthless, you could always head down there and say hello. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see you. Not really, no. I've learned to keep my personal experiences separate from the job. Yeah. Maybe. No, it's not really an appropriate time to be going over my private life. There are much more important things to be done. Let's just stick to the job at hand and concentrate on the mission. But, maybe we can talk about it some other time, okay? I'll be here if you have any more questions.
All right. Wonder how my crew likes being roped into being undercover pirates. This is the meeting room or something. These are like feels like this is like the Brotherhood of Steel sort of faction. A little bit different. Don't forget to like. All right, where am I going? Sidonia. We didn't even have to walk to the thing, so that's nice. Yes, indeed.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy. And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC Security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me? Whoa, way too hot for me. That stuff is nothing but bad news. Why don't you take your shipment and try somewhere else?
The Trade Authority turning away contraband. Now I've seen everything.
Hmm.
All I'm going to point at is the ceiling, with my middle finger. Get that stuff out of here before UC Security catches on. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit.
Thousand credits.
You must be new at this game, love, so I'm gonna let that one slide. In our business, nothing gets done until money is exchanged, even if that means leaving a credit on each and every rung of the ladder as you climb your way up. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Well, well. It appears she suddenly remembers everything. How nice.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
I should get the pickpocket skill and then rob them. How's my inventory doing? Not too bad, I guess.
Seek a community center representative to plan your event or regular gathering today.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away. Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say I have a certain influential affiliation. And leave it at that. Basically, you want that Aurora moved, I'm your guy. Pipe down! What the hell's the matter with you? You want to get us both thrown into lockup. Look, I don't know what that big-mouth Saoirse told you, but I keep who I run with a secret in public. And I suggest you do the same. Now, do you want my help moving your product, or not? Right down to business, and no small talk. I like it.
Well, this is utterly ridiculous. Do we really have to jump through these hoops to get what we need from you?
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. What do I need to do here? Write you an instruction manual? You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. I just want my goddamn money, and I want this guy to remember who he screwed over. Feel free to throw as many credits in my face as you want, but that isn't the point. We need to make an example out of this guy. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters.
Carl Fielding!
Sorry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
Alright. This is the way. Yeah, I'm like a bounty hunter. I guess that's not the way. Ba-dum-bum! Ah! Alright, this is the way. Dang, that was a funny joke, you know. Type LOL if you like that joke. You know, this is the way something is what they say on The Mandalorian a lot. He's bounty huntering. Where did I just go? Going the right way? There's the poster. I hung that poster earlier.
How goes? It's hard not to worry.
I'm the Mandalorian. Here we are.
Something I can help you with? Adler Kemp. Who the heck is that? Of course I owe money. Unless you're independently wealthy. Everyone's in debt nowadays. I owe Deimos. I owe my landlord. I owe Galbank. Heck, I have a tab at Parsec Deep at Cespear. It's an endless list. So why don't you just leave me here? Let me get drunk and find someone else to bother. Okay? What? Play what games? You're obviously confusing me with someone else. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust, and relax. This has been fun, though. Whatever. Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Hmm? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler? Yeah.
Oh, that
Sorry.
Adler.
I thought you were talking about someone else. I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Hmm? Sound good? Yeah? Well, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
Perhaps he's already been through enough.
I'm a miner for Deimos. It's not what I was hoping for out of life. But here I am. Yeah, it's a lousy company. It pays me a salary. But I depend on the profit-sharing bonuses to keep food on the table for my family. Hey, now wait a second. Just because things are tough, and I might be spending my afternoons at the spear, it doesn't mean I don't care about my family. Adler doesn't get to judge me. No, he's just a low-life pirate who thinks he can push everyone around. What games? Why are you doing this to me? I don't have the money. No way!
Oh, crap.
I'm already working my fingers to the bone! Why the hell would I deplete my savings? To pay off a stock like Adler Kemp? Come on! What? Oh my god. He might come after them?
Oh, look at it. I did something.
I hadn't even thought of the possibility. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the debt. I didn't have much of a choice. Got what you want. Why can't you just...
We are successful in collecting the debt. Plus, we get our persuasion skill challenge done, which is nice. Where's that? Okay, now I can go to level 2 if I need to. Ice-orama. The elevator's right here, eh? Or wait. Door. Just door. It's not an elevator. Door, man. It's a door. A wonderful door. Door, door, door. Where am I? I'm outside or something. I'm not. What am I doing here?
Mining takes all types. Young upstarts.
Don't care. You don't have a name over your head. That's how you know when they're serious. Only 3,000 credits, dude.
Have something for me? There, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message? Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates? That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Neva Mora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Only 6,000 bucks? A rip.
Yeah? What do you want now? You want to know about Neva, huh? Okay, let me think. You ever heard of the galactic cannibalism phenomenon? No? See, that's when two galaxies collide, and the bigger one basically swallows the smaller one. Then the bigger one just moves on. It keeps getting bigger and angrier and roams through space looking for other galaxies to absorb. Neva Mora is 10 times worse than that. Don't mess with her. Don't give her any bullshit. Don't try and rip her off. And whatever you do, you better not betray her, or she will absolutely swallow you whole, and there won't be an atom left. Other than that,
Sounds tough.
all right. What the hell do you think I'm going to do with the stuff? I'm going to flip it and make a ton of money. You think Carl's booze addiction was bad? These Deimos Dusties will blow their entire paycheck to get zoned. Honestly, I consider it a public service. After all, I'm charging them less than a ticket to Neon. What, is he your best buddy now? His debt's been satisfied, and an example's been made. That's all I ever really wanted. Unless he does something stupid, and mark my words, he will. He's got nothing to fear from me, or my associates. Keep your mouth shut and your weapons hot.
All right. If I just travel to it.
Please report any spills or unsafe conditions on the upper level to the Sidonian Department of Public Works.
All right, here we go.
It's very rude of the universe to not welcome you with fireworks when you arrive in space.
We're going way over here.
Look who finally had the guts to show up. Looks like Adler finally did something right for once. So, big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew. We'll see. When the waters get deep, it's sink or swim. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. This job isn't about the loot, but I suppose every dog needs its scraps. Keep whatever worthless junk is on that ship. Just remember, the only thing that matters is that Rake dies. It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long. I've been tracking Rake for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his head on a pike. Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner, too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody, I mean, nobody.
Nobody runs from the fleet. Chlorine planet. Over here. Kind of between these planets, I guess. Ugh.
What are your intentions with this crewman? Oh God, I do not know.
Oh. Keep ramming him.
Pilot of the Regana. We are medical supply ship headed for New Homestead. We don't want any trouble. I do not understand. Please confirm your intentions. I do not know who you are talking about. That is Devil's choice. Whoever he was before, he is a member of my crew now. Damn. I do not really have a choice here, do I? We outnumber you. There is no guarantee you will kill us all. I will not murder a man in cold blood. You will have to kill us all first. Damn it. I do not have choice, do I? Okay. Docking bay is open. Let's talk.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. That is not something I am going to do, not until you reveal your intentions. As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. You want him? You're going to have to kill me. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about?
You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you? And you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port. That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
Thank you for letting us go.
So now what? They're gonna put me in a sys-def prison? I'm not saying it's worse than death, but it's pretty damn close.
This unpleasantness aside, the people of New Homestead will be grateful for these supplies. I thought
We will make sure Rake's name is taken off the manifest. And I hope you do not take this the wrong way, but I hope our paths never cross again.
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
This unpleasantness aside, the people of New Homestead will be grateful for these supplies. Thank you for letting us go.
Be careful around the fleet. They talk about family, but it's just a bunch of crap. If you ever get to the key, you better sleep with one eye open and 2 pistols loaded. So you're the fleet's new dog, huh?
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
Wonder where this will all lead. Goodbye.
Guess I could steal all their stuff, but
Should I warm up the engines?
hopefully they do what they say. Ah, crap. Wonder if I have to redo that whole part now. Oh, geez, eh? Like 3 of them. Hard to target the engines, I guess.
Not there. Okay, how about here?
Timothy,
Ooh,
thank
that
you
feels good.
for sharing.
You are our guest.
There's a troll. There's a pirate. Crap, I keep flying by this stuff. Oh, she said she's gonna be late. Probably playing with her other streamer. And cobalt and uranium. Or modern or something. Missed it. I'm friends with the ecliptics or whatever they're called. Something I want. What's this thing? Spaceship piece. I'm gonna try to steal the ship. No stealing that thing. I'm in the undercover agency trying to become a pirate. Undercover pirate. Supposed to make friends with the ship, but I keep smashing into it.
Thanks for the help with the Ecliptic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Ragana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate. You know what? I have no idea, and it's frustrating the hell out of me. I suppose I could have pissed off someone I screwed over in the past, but there's been so many, I've lost count.
This is like some sort of second in charge somewhere.
Mercenaries. Guns for hire that shoot their own parents if they were paid enough. I'll tell you, we do a hell of a lot of dirty work in the Crimson Fleet. But we'd never sell away our souls like an ecliptic merc does. Huh. No kidding. got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yup, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rakes taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear?
Clear as mud.
Yeah? Last person who said that was Rake. So you've already dug yourself a hole about 6 feet deep. And now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home.
There, now maybe I can get some shielded cargo bay. Pretty easy to join the pirate group.
Hail acknowledged. You're clear to dock at docking port 1. The commander will be waiting for you in operations.
Figure it's always good to signal them first, right, Timothy? You know, before you dock. Like, who knows if they like getting docked on purpose. Or wait. Not on purpose, but you know what I mean. Nobody's voted on the poll. Is the poll broken?
You see, Sistef certainly isn't taking the Crimson Fleet threat lightly.
Well, this is I'm reporting in, I guess.
You have permission to speak freely. We got the message from the Regana about Austin Rick. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for. That's something we're looking into, but it doesn't seem like he knows much. He might be better served as bait. For now, we'll keep him in the brig. Perhaps you could pay him a visit there sometime? I'm sure he'd be pleased to see you. That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role you're playing means having to make hard choices. Just remember not to lose yourself in the
Oh yeah, it is registering.
I'll do my part to make certain that doesn't happen, Commander.
Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, You should know we were the ones that hired Ecliptic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue ensured that would not be a problem. They are mercenaries for hire. If they are paid enough money, Ecliptic would attack the Vigilance. It wasn't terribly difficult to convince them to attack an isolated Crimson Fleet ship. Just expensive. Ah, so I take it you have good news. Were you able to join the fleet? Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on a good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. The woman has a record that could stretch across Sol and back. She started young as one of Neon's street rats, and worked her way up to second in command. She's a force to be reckoned with, so don't underestimate her. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confused...
Although they did blow me up a couple
I think
times.
she suspects nothing, but she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated yourself.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? The Vigilance is equipped with one of the most advanced intelligence suites in the UC fleet. Nothing slips through. You can rest assured, if the Crimson Fleet had any access to our whereabouts or had infiltrated our security, we'd know. As long as you're here, your identity is safe. Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
Agreed. The last thing we need is to infiltrate the fleet, only to be kicked out because we've underestimated one of their people.
I don't disagree, but it's important to know your enemy, and the best way to defeat them. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
This is just the beginning, but it's an important first step.
Oh, thank you for being patient.
Violent as a last resort.
Wonder where the brig is. Then I can visit that dude in the brig. Brig's that way. That's my ship.
Sysdef Marines are the best of the best.
This the brig? That's just a computer. Wandering around this capital ship. Wonder if you can build this. Requires computer.
Everything good? We're here to help.
Holy crap, man, the brig's big.
Some of the guards don't take kindly to the prisoners, but we should try to maintain some decorum. Welcome to the brig. As a member of Sysdef, you may talk with the prisoners as long as you are mindful of operation security. As a personal rule, I simply ask that you adhere to UC Navy standards of cleanliness at all times. That means no mud on your boots, your hands are washed, and you are free of any contagious diseases. Besides the fact that it's healthier, a sanitary brig is important for station security. In my experience, a prisoner will hide a shiv under a flake of dust if you let them. The cleaner a space is, the easier it is to spot irregularities, both inside the cell and out. Normally, I'd say trying isn't good enough, but you're Commander Ikande's mole, aren't you? In that case, I'm not going to ask you to blow your cover just for me. I understand being a slob is part of the job, but try not to abuse the privilege. He's a good man, singularly focused when it comes to the fleet. But that's not to say he doesn't care about his crew. I can tell you a story as an example if you'd like to hear it.
Did you see my... Hey, Timothy, did you see my picture of the food I put in there today?
Usually only when he has business here. But pretty much everyone passes by the brig on their way to other parts of the ship. Given he sees barely a glance of me most days, you'd think he wasn't paying attention. Hence the story, if you've got time. So, I'm a bit of a workaholic, and I forget to take breaks. One day, Commander Ikande passes by the brig and sees me at my desk. He takes one look at my haggard face and says, "Officer, I'm headed to the mess hall. If you're not with me in 15 minutes, your services will no longer be required on my ship." I tried to protest, but he was dead serious. So I went. We had lunch, talked about old times, and I went back to the brig, refreshed and ready to work. It's little things like that. You can see he pays attention, and that he cares about the people, not just the work. We have multiple turrets attached to the ceiling. If you've met Ensign Betty, she's personally calibrated them to ensure they cover the entire area. That being said, firing the turret should be considered a last resort. The cells you see here are for captured pirates and prisoners of war. If you apprehend any pirates during the course of your missions, they'll be detained here. That's a loaded question. We err on the side of caution here, short of any physical abuse. But with the Crimson Fleet, you have to be very careful. If you give them an inch, they'll take a parsec and find a way to stab you with it. Verbally, yes. There's a lot of bad blood with the fleet, stretching across generations, myself included. Sometimes that blood spills over. As long as there's no actual fighting, I tend to let both sides dish it out. Yes, although it's always a balance. At the end of the day, these are ruthless pirates, and they will take advantage of any weakness you show. But I'll be the first to admit it's not an exact science, and we've made mistakes in the past with both the carrot and the stick. As chief officer of this brig, my worst fear is that we'll someday repeat them. As a matter of fact, I have a favor to ask. I understand that part of your undercover work involves going to the fleet headquarters, namely the key. While you're there, if you find anything pertaining to the history of the fleet, I'd be interested in learning about it. I agree. Just keep in mind this is a favor and you're free to ignore it. I only ask because this is such a rare opportunity and I'd hate to pass it up. I appreciate it. I've actually heard rumors about there being audio logs for an interview the founder of the fleet, Jasper Crix, did on the key. I'm interested in anything he had to say regarding his time in prison and how the prisoners were treated. If you find anything like that, bring it back here and we'll take a listen. The fleet and the UC are intertwined, and I've always felt knowing that past is an important part of what we do. In life, history can be a guide, a warning, or at times, a reflection. And if you want to know which one it is, you have to stare it in the face, regardless of how ugly it is. No, the prisoner surrendered willingly, as per the terms of your deal. This is probably the safest place for him, if the fleet want him dead. You can chat with him, if you haven't already. I'm sure he has a lot to say. Keep the floors and your nose clean and you can stay as long as you want.
If you ask me, the brig's too good for these worthless thugs.
Looks like a pretty nice jail. I mean, in terms of jail, eh? I don't know about this one guy having to hang out with other pirates, but maybe he'll be upstairs, eh? They got like toilets and beds. I don't know where he is, but guess he's not up here. The broom in the middle, that's kind of a hazard. But he wanted it clean. Where is he, dudes? Well, here we go.
I guess you think I have some sad story to tell? That I met some sick orphans on New Homestead and grew a conscience? Or maybe you're the cynical type, and you think I turned a new leaf because I wanted SysDef to go easy on me. The truth is a bit more complicated than that. Sure, I got time. You see, at my age, you know who you are. And I've always been a thief. I'd swipe a cred stick for my own mother if it had enough zeros on it. But even in a group of cred-hungry thieves, a man has to have a code. Rules. I do. You finish a job, it's supposed to be done. You get the rush and the relief. But in the fleet, doing the job isn't the hard part. In the fleet, you gotta worry about the guy sleeping next to you, and if he's gonna take a bigger piece of the pie. You gotta wake up the next morning and wonder why your slice is missing and the crumbs are stuck to his face. Yeah, I've had some work done. If you got the Crimson Fleet on your back, you would too. As for the name, that was actually the hard part. You can use 100 different aliases and the system will just add them to the list. Now you can pay a guy to delete the list, but nothing's ever really gone forever. Naver probably paid the same guy to hit rewind, and here we are. Well, for one, they don't have much
You
of a red
are
fleet,
our
but
guest.
it's still important to somebody.
All right, Earl, thank you for liking.
You can't just blow up one without it showing up on SSNN, or UC Captain getting a 10-inch stack of slates on his desk. But more importantly, do-gooders are predictable. The pirate code changes depending on who's reciting it. Honest folks, they have a habit of writing their rules down. Why did I join the Regana? Truth is, I just wanted a good night's sleep.
This is the jails of the future.
I put a bigger target on my back? As far as I'm concerned, the brig is the safest place I can be. The second you drag me into some private room, you're basically telling everyone here that I'm a rat. I put a bigger target on my back? As far as I'm concerned, the brig is the safest place I can be. The second you drag me into some private room, you're basically telling everyone here that I'm a rat.
They look at the future jails, eh? Got a can. Bed. Little holes. Toilet paper. Little TV in there. Here's the interrogation room. Can't go in there, I guess. This is on a capital ship of some sort.
I'm sure they're sad to see you go.
Well, we got a skill point. Probably put it in persuasion, eh? I mean, I could do. Oh, I gotta destroy them while in targeting mode. Upgrading that. Raise my targeting control level. Eventually, I should improve my pirating. For now, we'll do our persuasion. Hope we can do more weightlifting. Nope. So these ones are available. That'd probably be a good one. Deception. A lot of these social ones are actually pretty good. You know what those really do? This one will probably be good. Maybe ship command. I don't know what that does exactly, but this one maybe gives you a pet. Oh, that's to get bigger crew. Can't put outposts down on a hostile world. EMP. Oh, I see. You can really make the cargo holds hold. there's a lot in the tech area that would be handy. A lot of the tech and the populate, or not population. Oh, it's way over here, eh? Well, looks like we gotta go to Alpha Centauri first.
Don't you just love ram jobs?
You're watching the United Colony Space. Maintain course and prepare to be scanned. And complete. Enjoy your stay in New Atlantis.
Better put more things on my grab thing. Will help me get there easier. Probably not.
Another perfect jump. Just like you planned.
A lot of work to get over here.
This is Freestar Collective Space. Hold while we scan your ship. That's all we need. You're cleared for landing at Aquila City.
Right, are we able to go there now? More stop. Carl Sagan. Can't go there direct, I guess. Dream environment there. Not much moons and stuff. If I invested in a better grav drive, I'd be able to jump farther. Well, this is the key, I guess.
What are you hailing for? Land in the key or don't.
Apparently they don't want me to hail.
Get out of my face. You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener.
You are our
I'm taking
guest.
stuff.
Thank you so long.
Stephanie, thank you for liking.
Something? Maybe for you. I'd rather shove a shotgun up my nose than remember the face of every low-life rook who passes through this station. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now...
I'm a great undercover
base of operations.
UC guy because I'm wearing a UC uniform.
We keep it together. Sure did. Right out from under their noses. Way before you or I were born, though. We've held this station for a very long time. Don't worry. Delgado will tell you all about it. You think? And that's only part of it. I'll let Delgado fill you in on the whole story. He tells it better anyway. But I can give you the short version while we walk the station.
Story time? How delightful.
Anyway.
They're like, who's this lady?
About the key, but it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right. History time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
All right, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aw. And you always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the lot. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the keep.
All the stores, eh?
You're just ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Elutra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Brooke, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa, whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework. Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners...
I'll answer the questions after this part.
...base of operations and begin pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but, we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have
I went to Boston Pizza.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
That's just pictures, or I had a sub at Boston Pizza. It's called a Boston Brute. With all the meat on it and stuff.
Protect me from Zuri's vengeance.
Remember when you said you don't go to Boston Pizza because you don't like pizza? It's only a small portion of their menu.
On the right, you've got Bradley from the Trade Authority. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our med bay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money.
Are you the only one that does framed? I saw Julian doing it.
Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the Last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rape? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this Rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It's far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find
There's a bomb in his chest.
Security measure to be quite empowering. I see the bomb as a symbol of my importance, and it's a constant reminder to everyone of the sacrifice I was willing to make. The freedom I've given up, the pain, it's not something that just anyone has the resolve to bear. Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. Essentially, but I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Nugent would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner.
Oh, we got cyber runners. Yeah, Boston Pizza isn't just pizza. Pizza's only like a really small portion of their menu.
Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? The perfect segue into my final subject. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core. Oh, you know, smuggling, piracy, taking things that aren't yours. Nothing that should keep you up at night. Well, depending on your methods. If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
This guy has a bomb in his chest, eh? Let's go shopping and see what this place has to offer, man. I could steal beer bottles. Clinic. Look at that.
You're still standing. Can't be that bad. First time visiting the infirmary, huh? Let me give you a piece of advice. Try not to get into too many bar fights. I'm trying to save my dwindling supplies for sale and pirates coming in off of raids. I've done my time, but thanks to a malpractice suit, I've officially dropped the doctor title.
No longer a doctor.
I'm still just as good, if not better, than half the surgeons at the clinic. That's what they all say. until they stumble in bleeding out on my floor. So here's what's what. You need med packs, curatives, preventatives. I've got you covered. At least as long as my current supply holds out. You need enhancers, legal or illegal? I've got those too. Hopefully that won't be often. Now, if you don't need anything else, I've got a particularly annoying supply issue to deal with. Now, there's an offer I didn't expect. If you really want to help, I'm looking for someone who can handle themselves in a public setting. As in someone who knows how to get the job done without shooting up the place. Well, you'd be one of the first. I politely requested a list of supplies from Gennady Aton at the clinic and was told the price of business has gone up. I think he's back on Aurora, and he's upcharging me to pay for it. And if there's one thing I'm not going to do is subsidize his habit. I want you to make sure he delivers my supplies for the price we agreed on, but without raising any alarms. We'll see. Talk is one thing, actions are another. A bullshit one, yeah. Gennady claims prices have gone up for the clinic as a whole.
Inflation in the space station.
He says if I want cheaper goods, I'm going to have to find another supplier.
Maybe they had a war in Ukraine and COVID problems, and the inflation made everything go up.
And I want him to honor it. Oh yeah. The funny thing is, he's the poster boy for upstanding moral citizens. Top of the class at nursing school, did volunteer work in backwater settlements, a reputation you could eat your food off of.
I wonder if Stephanie heard my answer. She didn't really acknowledge what I said there.
Nobody except his old boss, me. He said he got clean when he joined the clinic, but now I wonder. Sure, whatever keeps you off my operating table.
God. How many do I have? You didn't hear me. You asked a question and then you took off, eh? They got 10 med packs. Well, if you read Timothy's last comment, get an idea. Basically, I indicated that I went to Boston Pizza and how pizza is a very small part of their menu. So that's some jambalaya, one of the items there, and what's called the Boston Brute, which is a sub. And I know you like subs, so you might like the Boston Brute. You can get double meat for $4 extra. And it's a Canadian chain. By the way, in this game I picked up some poutine. If I can show it to you. Okay, I got some Canuck bacon. Salty pork perfection. But it's not in French on the other side, eh? Some double Canucks. Some ham boys. Beats a ham boy. Pancakes plus syrup. Maple syrup. And flat stack product. And some poutine. Cheese curds, fries, gravy, and love. And I also got some tortillerie. There you go. Oops.
I suppose I can spare a few supplies.
Wasn't done buying. I was just excited. Showing you guys the poutine. Have I got any steel paste? I'm not sure. One, I guess. Full injectors.
Be careful. I don't have endless supplies, you know. If this works out, I'll have a reliable source of... Try not to die out there.
Canuck Feast. That's right. There's anything interesting or out and about. What's this thing? Chunk's Employee Handbook. Probably like look at my inventory. If I have any notes. You know, that doesn't seem very safe for me to be carrying these profiles on people on me, but their slippers are down there. I could steal anything I want in this place.
I'm a little concerned he's grown a conscience. And if so, I'm counting on you to...
Now let's look in the next shop. Stephanie loves shopping, so we're gonna find a birthday present for Stephanie. Beezer's Essentials has some.
See anything you like? I sell a little bit of everything, but only if it's hard to find, and only for a high price. Neuroamps, a few unique resources, maybe a specialized weapon or two. Anything that's rare and in high demand. I was raised fleet. My mama joined up when I was 12. She was a first-class smuggler. We'd always lived comfortably, but she took the offer to join when a job almost went south. She figured if anything ever happened to her, it'd guarantee I'd still have a home. It's been non-stop. Even as a kid, I was helping distract security in those smuggling days. It's amazing how just having a child aboard, especially one as cute as I was, can throw off the scent. Between my mama and the fleet, I can talk my way out of anything, and use or fix any weapon and ship in the galaxy. Real life skills, if you know what I mean. Now you're speaking my language.
What she got? Ooh, look at the thing. A rare rifle. Like a sniper rifle. Has a muzzle brake, long barrel, foregrip. Burst fire. It only does 14, eh? This one. That one does some damage. 66. Holy crap, holy. 11mm ammo. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. Varan Pain Blade. Well, this one, Power Beat, looks exciting to me because it does 66 damage. Bet you not too many can hold up to that. Kind of gun is my gun that I've been using. This one is 6.5. It uses the same ammo as this one. Look at the damage difference, though. Machine gun, yeah. Kind of an interesting helmet, eh? Not really a great helmet. The airborne's good on it. Physical resistance, energy. We're good for thermal. It'd be nice to get good for thermal. Moby Dick. Origin of the species. Got some resources. Miscellaneous. Hey, they got like an old Power Mac or something, eh? Pretty cool. Old CD Discman. Well, that's good.
Don't miss me too much.
It's coming in the back too. Here's the bar.
I like my weapons like I like my coffee. Scalding.
Trade Authority.
I hope you've brought me something interesting. What'll it be, friend? Buying?
Looks
selling?
like
The Trade
Butcher.
Authority takes anything and everything. Well, a well-kept appearance gives the impression of a respectable establishment. The more respectable the place, the more credits people are willing to pay.
Oh.
The fleet's got an impressive commerce system. They even managed a legitimate doctor among their ranks. Business on the Key is like no other. It's the sole reason I'm here, for the credits. It's the mutual benefit. The Trade Authority buys any goods of value. We don't care how you got it, only that we can profit from it. It's the fastest way to turn your hard-earned loot into legitimate credits, ready to spend. So, naturally, it made sense to establish a presence here. Why risk flying into New Atlantis or Aquila City when you can just do business here? I'd say it's been about 10 years now since the Trade Authority assigned me this post. It felt a little extreme at the time, but I can see why they figured it was a good fit. There are a few who share that sentiment. You'd think a successful business relationship would change their minds, but a few will always see me as an outsider. Regardless, as long as the fleet has goods to push, the Trade Authority will always maintain a presence on the Key. Let's just say I've done my fair share of questionable activities in the past. With the credits I amassed, I gave the Trade Authority a sizable donation in exchange for a clean slate and a stable job. So, here I am, at your service. I left a similar lifestyle behind when I joined the Trade Authority, and never looked back. A lot of the rooks here see freedom in lawlessness, but that's only if you don't get caught. True freedom is not having a bounty on your head, with every cop and mercenary out to get you. I was hoping you'd say that.
What do you got? Good? Oh, I stole a gun before. Or off that guy. A coachman. Some kind. Or a lawgiver, that's what it was. 31. I got a better lawgiver. Staggers enemies and does extras against bots. So this one, old Earth hunting rifle. Something else I found, but I can't remember what it was now. Miscellaneous. Look at that thing. Probably see if I can find some more pics, actually. This is by guy doesn't have as good stuff as that other lady did. Boost injector, I'll buy that. There's some bacon. The narrow jack too. Oh, miscellaneous, so they don't have any.
Remember, all trades are restriction free.
So there I am. You see security on my tail, and my grav drive just chokes. And you know what I find back there? The fattest leech I've ever seen. Worm nearly got me dusted.
Still telling her story to me.
Kinetics, electromags, energy weapons. Nothing's a substitute for a shotgun blasted to the face.
Who you got?
Alright, make it quick. I've got schematics to organize. I don't do small talk. You want to do business? We'll do business. You want to chat? Go see Bog. It's a general store, which means I sell general goods. Mostly junk that no one else wants to carry. Raw materials, blueprints, spare parts. Fascinating, I know.
Well, that sounds cool.
Just to make it quick.
Like you're pretty busy here. Buy a baguette? Chicken, eggs, ramen. Pretty much a general store, isn't it? Resources.
Whatever.
Smuggling beats a real
What do you got?
Now you buy from me, you can look good and protect your ass at the same time. It's a twofer. What, me? Nah, not anymore. When it comes to aim, there ain't no one worse. True facts. I mean, my friends like to say I'd have better luck talking someone to death than shooting them. Yep, my talents are best suited for making protective gear. Helmets, vests, suits. You could say I'm a tailor, not a fighter. Well, only the best tactical gear to protect your ass this side of the galaxy. Metal plated for when you're up against bullets. Leather for those jobs that might require a subtle touch. All made by yours truly, of course, except for a few used odds and ends that no one's gonna miss. I'm sure I got something to suit your needs.
You got then a cutter. Pirate assault space suit look like. A thermal. Not much for the other stuff though. Kind of like airborne and thermal would be good, and then physical as well. Nothing catch my eye there. That one's got some thermal, physical, and corrosive. Injector. Never have too many injectors. We'll take those too.
Stay safe out there.
This is like going through a mall, eh?
Last week was smiling me funny. I sewed his mouth shut. Now he laughs the same way he eats, in pieces.
Depot. Don't even trip. I get all the stores basically. No ship guy or what?
As long as you put the flea first, we won't have any problems. You check out the Reckoner's core. She's a beaut, ain't she?
Reckoner's core. Where I was? Him. Where the pirates work out, man. What did Stephanie vote for today, I wonder? Voted yes. Oh, that's stealing if I take those. These aren't stealing though.
You want to survive? Gear may not be bulletproof. It's damn near close.
Ask Jazz about any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
What's your favorite Elton John song?
You looking to start something? Because I'll finish it. You lost Rook? Bar's over by the back.
Their bar. The pirates. Hey, this one has a name.
Hey, Cap. You hiring? Got some baddies on my tail, and I need a place to lay low.
It's good at concealment.
Smuggler. Making enemies comes with a job. This time I got in over my head and made one who's more dangerous than me. I suppose I can't rightly blame you for that. It's the Varun Zealots. They've been on my tail a while. And they're easy enough to avoid in places like this, but I'm history if they see my ship cruising around the space lanes again. Oh, I'm a real scrapper. Good in a fist fight or in the gunner seat. Doesn't matter to me so long as there's a strong drink waiting when the fight's over. I've also got pretty sticky fingers, if that suits you.
I don't know how to make them steal stuff, though.
They're a group of cultists who operate on the edges of known space. Real nut jobs. They shoot at just about anyone who comes near them. They're big on grudges too. That's how I ended up on their radar. Hard to believe what passes for polite conversation these days.
We haven't decided.
Why is it every time we go out to do a job, it's you who ends up with all our friends?
My friend's got a bulldog. Every pirate has to know before a drink.
Seems to me, instead of trawling deep space for stick change, we got a much bigger target.
I heard Iswa's sister is some... I wouldn't get on that.
I hire this lady for my crew? I don't know if I lose her. I don't have space.
Hey, Cap. You hiring? Got some... I suppose I can't rightly blame you. They're easy enough to avoid. If the Varun Zealots don't sound like a problem to you, then... Wouldn't be much of a smuggler if I wasn't willing to cut a deal, would I? Let's hash it out. In my experience, the right offer is always worth waiting for. For you, I'd consider a discount. I'm not an unreasonable person, you know. You're a good negotiator, Cap. I'll cut you a deal. Sure, fine by me. I'm looking forward to...
That one has like 4 things.
Sounds like a plan. Let's catch up later. Thanks again for the save.
I don't put her on the ship. I just pay my 12 grand. I don't even know how much money I have. And I have 22 grand. Stephanie kind of left me hanging there.
If you need credits,
We call UCC Steph sharks.
Just how it feels to be in the vanguard.
I'm sure Elton John only has thousands of songs in his library. Oh, here's the answer. Did you forget to hit enter? Saturday night. Dee-dee-da, dee-dee-da. I don't think that's the Saturday night you're talking about. You're gonna be wondering where all their bowls went. And their cutting boards. You feel the love tonight? I'm not sure. Stephanie knows, maybe. Like, this is my board game. Fishbowl. Selling back to me. Hey, a hookah canister. You heard that from The Lion King. That might be. I think he was involved with The Lion King.
Yeah?
Sell that toilet paper tube back to them. Oh, I sat down by accident. The guy's looking into your soul. You know, that's a wonderful thing about these Bethesda games. You can just pick up like everything.
Your bounty is if you don't earn, you're worthless to all of us.
What's this thing?
Let me just
How many credits does Jasper Cricks need until he's satisfied?
Oh, is that interview?
I should have expected you to ask such a stupid question. How the hell could you ever understand? You with your fancy education and your sheltered upbringing and your cushy media job. Me, I came from nothing. Everything I own, I've literally drawn blood to gain.
There's no need to get personal. I'm simply trying to state the facts so that our listeners can make judgments of their own.
Lady, I got news for you. Half of your listeners think I'm a hero. The other half are scared out of their goddamn minds, and they should be.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
No, that's it. We're done.
All right, we gotta probably find part 6.
You guys get her the hell out of here. Make sure she takes all this sound equipment with her.
Well, that's it then. Thank you for your...
Actually, before you go, Gail, there's one more thing I would like to say.
Yes, of course. What is it?
When you broadcast this interview on SSNN, I want you to remember that I'll be listening. If you edit even one word or manipulate my voice to change anything I've said, I will hunt you down and kill you. In front of everyone. Do you understand?
I understand. You have my word.
There you go. More searching to do, I guess. A notepad. A marker. Another marker.
Is Samina seeing anyone right now? The patients. I gotta sort it.
Here's where all the mustard and ketchup are stored from Costco. Up here. That lamp. Boy. Some stolen artwork. That's my friend. The heck? Must get bored. Me going around and stealing everything, eh? There's room 3. Room 1, I guess. Oh, I can do this one. Let's see. So it might be that one. Maybe that one. The mannequin. I just took Demos's pack. I don't know. Feel like that. Not particularly a great pack, is it? Hopefully he's not too offended by me stealing all his crap before meeting him. No. They like clean places, you know? You don't want to... Don't have a dirty base.
So wait, say that again. You think I'm who?
Stop playing games. We both know your real name is Lionel Soto, and you know why I'm here.
Who are you? Fleet? Ecliptic? An independent?
I've spent 2 long years and every credit I had looking for you, just so I could look you in the eye before I pulled the trigger.
Hey, what's with the gun? There must be some mistake. I honestly don't know who you are.
Of course you don't know who I am. You're never concerned with the death you leave in your wake, in your pursuit of greed. You killed my husband, you son of a bitch! And now I'm going to kill you!
Such a terrible shame. All that time and money she wasted. Ah, well. Better get rid of the body.
Man, I got lots of copies of this Starlog board game.
We may not have official security on the key, but we're always looking out for traitors.
How are ya?
Smuggling beats a real job any day.
Classic rocks. I looked everywhere here. Stupid slug there.
I am sick of using the train.
Are you looking to start something?
So I found a little bit of evidence and stuff. I think there's a couple ways to upstairs, eh?
Kinetics, electromags, energy weapons. Nothing's a substitute for a shotgun blast to the face.
There's like shooting in there.
The fleet protects our own. You turn against us, and you're dead.
And they're gonna have like a serious deficit of paper.
Don't even try to rip me off. I know value when I see it.
Just stealing it right from behind the vendor.
Need something? These materials don't sell themselves.
Must be our stock, eh?
You don't make it in this life without a good weapon.
That last job didn't pan out. I need something bigger.
No toilet paper for you.
So, tell us about Jasper Crix's version of the Crimson Scar.
All I can tell you is that under my guidance, the Crimson Scar became more influential than every other syndicate combined. Here I was, 22 years old, and I had power, people that followed my orders, and an endless stream of credits. Gale, I have to tell you, I was having the time of my life.
So you'd consider extortion, robbery, burglary, kidnapping, assault, and murder to be influences?
No. I'd consider them as just means to an end. Those so-called crimes were merely stepping stones until I had enough wealth to scar a few spacecraft.
Yes, let's talk about that. It appears you weren't terrorizing New Atlantis alone.
Oh, I've never stopped reaching, Gale. The amount of money we were making in New Atlantis was decent, but the really big scores were in space, on the cargo ships. We're talking millions of credits, maybe more. Who the hell could count it all?
Most people assume this is when the UC decided to actively set up a task force to pursue the Crimson Scar.
That's correct. Those idiots in charge of the United Colonies were clearly embarrassed that they had allowed the Crimson Scar to make like to jump into space. They sent ships after us. Lots of ships. I almost think that they enjoy starting wars.
Perhaps this was the first time you had finally reached too far.
You could say that. I count my time running the Crimson Scar as a learning experience. I wouldn't say I reached too far. I'd say I reached too fast. Didn't cover all my bases. Made some stupid mistakes. One thing's for certain, though. When I was finally arrested and thrown into the lock, I had plenty to think about.
Maybe those two bottom ones. That one. So I don't think it can be that one. It's that one. I'll use the side one.
And there was a good reason that was locked.
Heading out. May, want to look into some armor upgrades first.
Delgado. Unless you want to get killed or across the keys.
Oh, his name was Delgado. I thought his name was Demos.
A lot of us in the fleet came out of the mud.
UC'll never crush the fleet. They'd have to catch us first.
I heard Iswa's sister is some hardcore mercenary.
Anything ship-related, you're at the right place. So, looks like we got ourselves a new rook. Once again, I'm Jazz, resident engineer here. Like Neva said, you need ship parts, repairs? I'll hook you up. As long as your credits are good. Neva's mine, so don't be getting any ideas. She may be a little rough around the edges, but she's just looking out for her own. There's no one better to have your back. Neva's the only one who calls me that, amongst other things. To you and everyone else, it's just plain old Jazz. It may not be wider, but it's not on the books, if that's what you're getting at. I can guarantee your ship will be in good hands. So if you're looking for an upgrade, let me know. We got the best selection in the settled systems. Illegal, unregistered, recalled. We sell it all. No questions asked. No. You buy from me, you're worry-free. I can't have my customers getting caught now, can I? That's bad for business. Anything that keeps the UC and Freestar Rangers off your tail is a must-have in my book. Just let me know when you want to talk business. Serious enough that you don't have a chance in hell? Neva's got a fire in her. The kind you only see in an engine pushed to its limit. She doesn't half-ass a damn thing, and I love her for it. Truth is, the fleet rescued me. Of course, I wouldn't have needed rescuing if they hadn't blown up the ship I was working on. Delgado plucked me out of space and brought me to the key. I took one look at the place and was compelled to work. Soon after, he offered me a permanent spot with the fleet. All business and no fun, huh? What do you need? I've got plenty of goodies to choose from.
Crimson Fleet Ghost. This one has more jump speed, lasers, and missiles. Doesn't have that other weapon. Those are like $65,000. Shielded cargo. Kind of cool.
Ship services? You need it? Sure. It's not like I'm busy keeping this rust bucket of a station from falling apart. Oh, yeah. Nothing like changing it up to make a ship feel new again.
All right. So I have $20,000. This one's shielded. That's cool. There's some shielded cargo, eh? I don't remember what kind of cargo bin I had. So this one holds 245. And it's 52 mass. I don't want shielded cargo. So this one holds 300. This one holds 245. Now I got shielded cargo. Wonder if I can add a smaller one too. Guess it would add too much weight. Because the one I was getting rid of is this one. Or no, is this one. Welcome back! I can't believe you're back. So that puts the mobility down quite a bit. So it's that one for 52 pounds. This one's 48 pounds. Looks like a weird shape though. Really at it there. That's the next smallest one. Start going to bigger engines and stuff. And that's the one I have. And that's a B class engine. I can't fly B class. I wonder if there's anywhere I could fit that. Here, eh? We're still okay. Our mobility went down a touch. But now we can carry contraband if we want. That's pretty cool. Is there anything else that I haven't seen that's kind of cool? Old gas tanks. What's this thing? Landing gear. Habitation modules, reactors. For B and C class. Oh, I see. What kind of landing bay I have? So look. NG6. So it's that one. Hope this other one would fit, so we'll see. There's a couple upgrades, eh? Make the changes. There, now we don't have to worry if I find... Well, we have to worry less if I find contraband.
If you want to stay under the radar, I've got just...
Oh, for God's sake. Drop some of that rubbish already.
I'm gonna add a suppressor to my stuff. I like suppressors. Oh, I need some polymer. Cuts the range down a bit, but then I can get rid of the assassin one. I wonder if I could take the muzzle off of it. I'll experiment. Well, I guess I got this one is suppressed, so I could see if I could take the muzzle off of this one. Be a learning experience here. I don't know. It might, does it wreck the mod? I don't know. Tantalum and tungsten. I don't know. Maybe we'll see if we can buy some polymer. My friend Welby.
Here to upgrade that ship of yours?
What did I need? Polymer? I don't remember polymer, I guess.
You can get work from the boards near the Reckoner's Core. Vaz will make sure you get paid.
Always ask for a bigger cut.
I think you need to get rid of some of that gear.
I will sell some of that gear soon, lady.
Gennadi's a nice guy, but don't let that hold you.
Wonder if she has any polymer.
But don't let that hold you back. Medical, recreate.
Probably not.
Take care of yourself.
We're walking around in circles, finding stuff. Use up my oxygen moving around because it's so heavy. Ugh. Trade authority. Well, we can offload some of it anyway.
Looking to make a deal? You have something for me? I'm sure we can work something out.
Polytextiles. Kind of tell what I have equipped. Yeah, they're going against the UC, and I'm running around in a UC Vanguard spacesuit. So it's not like I'm not obvious. Yeah, this one gives me some airborne. No thermal, though. All those, I guess. That's kind of cool. Pose. Look at my friend Wilby. I'll keep the playing cards. You don't weigh very much. Like 0.01. There we go. I made some dough, eh?
Your credits are always good at the Trade Authority.
I used to work for a megacorp. Wore a monkey suit.
All right. Now that we did that, it's awesome. We got a shielded compartment. I don't know if I want to turn them in completely, you know. Although I suspect if you complete this mission,
Need a drink? Dog got the last Nova
who cares about this thing crawling around?
I heard Iswa's sister is some hardcore mercenary. I can get on her back.
They've never seen their space base so clean, including all their shelves. This is Stephanie's favorite part, where I clean the base. Because, you know, she appreciates a good clean base. You know, pirate bases can get pretty dirty. Here's another interview.
Oh, my arrest was spectacular. Definitely one for the record books. UC Security sent an armada after our little fleet of ships and picked us off one by one until the remainder of us made it to the wheel.
For a listener's benefit, that was the star station in orbit around Voli that you destroyed just before your arrest, correct?
You see, that's what they'd have you believe, but the truth is much less sinister. There was a firefight on the wheel when they tried to bring us in. We holed up, but UC Security unleashed hell. The damage they caused was catastrophic. We only surrendered so we wouldn't die when the station exploded.
Well, the UC says you set demolition charges to try and cover your tracks and make your escape.
That's their story. You'll have to go with your gut on what you think really happened. Anyway, they took us in and tossed us into the lock. That lovely resort they opened on Suvorov.
And you were imprisoned there for how long?
Well, it was supposed to be for life, Gale. But I ended up serving 2 years before I decided I'd had enough.
Is there any particular reason that you started the riots that eventually led to the worst prison break in United Colonies history?
Yes. I'm quite proud of that, actually. I honestly didn't think it would go as well as it did. As for the reason, well, it's simple. The UC were treating us like animals. The conditions in the lock were ridiculously bad and no one cared. That's why they stuck us on that ice ball in the first place. Out of sight, out of mind.
Your escape caused the deaths of many that were stationed at the lock. Some would brand that as a bit dismissive for what you're describing as a protest. If you were simply advocating for your fellow inmates, why didn't you just go through the proper channels?
And what the hell was I supposed to do? Send a strongly worded letter to my duly appointed representative? Wake up. The UC only responds to actions, not words. In my mind, there was no other choice. You know what? Let's move past my time at the lock so we can get to the point of this goddamned interview.
Well, that was informative. For knowing you need a dish rag, I guess.
The fleet's the only family you need.
Every captain here's earned their stripes, bleeding for the fleet.
Mina can do more than patch you up. She's got a drugs of every kind, if you know what I mean.
I'll jump over that captain there. Look up here, I guess. Not suspicious at all, you know? Intercom. I can activate their intercom. The shot glass is laying around up here. A party. Pirate party, man.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me, personally. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself. Of course we have rules. If you think the Crimson Fleet was built on a lawless dream, think again. Our influence, our money, our respect comes from meticulous planning and every last soul in the fleet following my orders to the letter. That is why you need to learn to place the fleet before everything.
I hope that doesn't include fleet before breakfast, because I like to sleep late.
Hey, if you've got a problem, I can decorate that wall behind you with your brains. Room could use a little color if you ask me.
It's all right, neighbor. I admire this Rook's backbone. Takes a lot of guts to crack jokes with the threat of death staring them in the face.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, Rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead Rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, neighbor. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it. Of course. Where else could I find such a perfect location to weed out any Rooks who'd be wasting the fleet's time? Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls. What? Were you expecting a goddamn graduation ceremony? Think I'm just going to slap a skull on you and send you on your way? Make no mistake, you are being tested all the time. Every job you take will be under constant scrutiny. And Neva? Oh, she's just waiting for you to screw things up. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's legacy. And everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Oh yeah, I was gonna find some stuff for making my weapon.
This whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crix's legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC System.
Need to wash it real quick. Ah, there we go. Much better. Is this thing still working?
You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the capability to mount a full-scale assault. And if they were foolish enough to attack, we would have the manpower to push those pendejos right back to Jemison. If we have Grix's legacy. Listen to the words that I am saying. The legacy is real. You will find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Nothing worth having ever comes easy.
Though the idea of the legacy has probably been blown a bit out of proportion, I'm certain there's an element of truth to its existence.
You know, they kind of concentrate on me being a recruit, but what about her?
Exactly. Now you're beginning to understand. Okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
Achievement! Wonder if there's any other logs here somewhere. You gotta be precise, eh? Where's a key? I bet you if you go the Crimson route, you'd eventually become the captain of this crew.
Was it really necessary for you to drag around all that gear?
Never know when you need 100 things of toilet paper. Going to bed early today. Dog watching must have wore you out. Here I was especially cleaning up these pirates' quarters because I thought that you'd find that interesting. You know, kind of like that house flipper game, you know, you clean up stuff. Stephanie's been beating Timothy to bed, and Timothy usually the one that goes to bed first out of everybody. Captain's quarters. It's cleaned out as far as I can see. Just his vacuum. Oh wait, it's a bag. Tired sleeping there, you see that?
Man, I get so tired of pirates on this station. I stole that. Shut the hell up and get back to work.
Lost. But want that thing creeping around my sleeping area, you know? Well, Maverick's here. You're just waiting for Stephanie to go to bed. Are you and Stephanie the same person? Thank you for sharing. Much appreciated. Don't forget to like.
Oh, not there. Okay, how about here? Ooh, that feels good.
You just woke up. Usually I'm in bed by now.
You are our guest.
Thank you for liking. Make sure you say hi to Stephanie just in case she looks tomorrow.
I've got what you need.
I joined a pirate crew.
Find a deal or two here. If you can overlook the spatters of blood covering all the stolen goods, of course.
You know, tomorrow will be normal time again. I have tomorrow off, and then I'm going back to work on Thursday.
Let's see what we have now.
They're called the Crimson Raiders.
Business it is.
Yeah, I got lots of new guns. Oh, I mean, I didn't mean to buy it. Crap. Oh, I got one of these now. Cool. Are you a big Elton John fan? Where did Starfield originate? You mean which company made it? Here's some swashbuckler gear. It's all the stuff I stole from around the base. Selling it. And I added some shielding on my cargo bay so that, you know, if I carry contraband, then it'll be safe. From being scanned, you know. Oh no! I'm buying. Crap. Boy, I'm gonna lose a lot of money this go. Buying stuff. I always get mixed up. Contraband is illegal stuff. So like if there's something that I tried to sneak into the Philippines that was illegal in the Philippines, it'd be contraband. I guess that'd be the easiest way to describe it. Let's see what the Alexa says. Alexa, what is contraband? Anything prohibited by law from being imported or exported. So I guess drugs are illegal in Philippines, right? So if you tried to bring some drugs in that were illegal, drugs would be contraband. Want to sell that? I can mark that as not sellable. So yeah, I noticed you didn't answer the question as if you and Stephanie are the same person. Maybe Stephanie's a master troll. She's really you. Oh crap, I didn't mean to sell that. Oh well. Here's some hookahs. That's probably what you want to try is hookahs, I bet. That's 0. 0 weight for medical supplies. Am I doing this right? 8, 9. You don't get the question? I was saying, are you actually Stephanie? She left and then you came in. Never see you in the same room, you know? You're not Stephanie? Oh, you might be. There, we're just down to playing cards and medical. You're avoiding Stephanie. Oh. She might be watching you. I know she went to bed. Have I seen? No, I don't really watch a lot of TV, to be honest.
You find anything of value?
Hopefully I came ahead there. Make that weapon equipped, eh? You think it's on Amazon? Where's that new gun I bought? Oh, maybe I didn't buy it, and then it was one that he had. How many do I have anyway? 26,000. Oh, I'm slightly ahead anyway.
My prices may be high, but these goods ain't exactly easy. I hope you came with credits. Hey, I'm always ready to take credits off your...
Check out this weapon, Maverick. You'll like it. Look at that. 14,000 bucks. This one's pretty cool too. And then look at this weapon, this blade. The Baron Power Blade.
Always a pleasure.
Got people with that, eh? Oh yeah, I wanted to see about those resources. Does she have resources?
Don't even try to rip me. We can talk about whatever you want, as long as you got the creds.
Timothy, do you remember what I was looking for the supply? I think there's any of those. Good, here's a computer that you own, Maverick.
Don't be a stranger.
Since I've been to Mars, Sol system doesn't get a lot of traffic.
Trade Authority, I hope you've brought me something. Always looking forward to.
He looks forward to because I buy stuff from him and then sell it right back to him pretty much. No resources? Oh no, there's some resources. I don't think Polytextile was the one.
Your credits are always good at the Trade Authority.
These guys are closed. Well, it has the keys there, but I don't need the keys, I guess. You don't like it because it's classic.
Please don't. I don't need
You're classic.
Right, let's get this over with.
Maybe they have what I need. Maybe it's polymer. I think it's polymer. I'm not a classic guy.
Down here? Great.
You're gonna watch Barbie soon. Well, you'll have to let me know if you like it. I have to remember where that stupid machine was. Wherever that pilot is, I think. Devo, maybe? The clinic. Oh, I see. It's like a big circle, this base, eh? You're not gonna make it through Oppenheimer. That's the biggest joke that you ever told. You're so funny. You're like a comedian. I never saw someone that's such a comedian. Good one. Hey, here's a weapons dealer.
Neva's new hotshot. Everyone always. Take a look around, genius. And don't tell me you've never laid eyes. But just in case I need to spell it out for you, the merch I carry is known as. Good thing I'm not here to impress. I carry most of the standard hardware. You know, kinetic.
You're not a comedian? You're serious?
Even a few explosives. Occasionally, I stock a few smuggled items. Basically the stuff SysDev doesn't want you. Just don't screw me over.
Oh, look at, she has like smuggled weapons, eh?
And you want me to just take your word for that? A little advice, Sadiqi?
You are our guest.
Can't be bought.
Esther, thank you for liking. Much appreciated.
You bleed for the fleet bleeds for you. Pure and simple. Anyone who says otherwise is either lying or getting ready to stab you in the back.
Esther, do you think that Maverick will make it through Oppenheimer?
Please, I don't need your concern. All I care about is separating you from your credits. So let's leave our professional relationship at that, all right? If your credits are good, I'm open.
There's an assassin's calibrated Kraken. Feather, what's this one? A rare rifle. Fury, what's that one? Modified arc welder. Pirate legend, look at this one. You only just got home, eh? Has Esta seen Oppenheimer? I don't know. But she doesn't think you'll make it through that either.
I'd argue Boggs got me beat as far as customer base goes. But when it comes to profit, I am on top. A good gun's what makes all the difference out there sometimes. And for some, it's the only thing they'll
Yeah, Esta has seen it. She said, yeah.
All right, see you around.
Where's the shipbuilding lady? Well, that's the other.
But I think the welcome sign really lends itself to the alluring charm of this star station.
This is where the machines were. I don't want. Is that that's industrial? Oh yeah, it was to being at work. You haven't seen Oppenheimer and never will? That's pretty definite. Spacesuit workbench. I can install oxygen reserve. Extra capacity. Well, same thing. Oh, it's different things. Have I seen Oppenheimer? Yeah, I've seen it. That do. Oh, you need certain research to be able to do these things? You think you can make it through when you're in the mood to watch a lot of talking movie? Why are you laughing at your own thing? As long as it's not complex. It's quite complex. It's like all about court and science theory. I think that a lot of this stuff is you need research before you can build them. So I'm kind of curious with Esta never wanting to watch ever Oppenheimer. What kind of makes you never want to watch a movie? Okay, so this one here, I want to see if I can add a muzzle. You seen the review? What did the review say? That did it get good reviews? Muzzle mods too. I don't know if I can even build this.
It's a real job any day.
Oh, you don't like movies like that? So you don't like movies that talk the whole time and are like about science and stuff? You Good Men kind of movies? What kind of movie would you recommend that you like others to watch? Storyline. I don't know the storyline. I guess it'd be pretty much what you'd expect for that movie. Oh, I need weapon engineering to do that. Everyone is different. No, but I mean, if you there's some of your favorite. If you list off some of your favorite movies, then I'll know whether I've seen them and what I think of them, and then I'll be able to figure out other movies that might be good that that I haven't seen that you might be recommending. You know, like Maverick, I have a pretty good idea what kind of movies he likes. And, you know, he just likes action, like, basically just action movies that don't have a lot of complexity. For example, you know, so if he says a movie's good, it's probably not that great. It's probably okay. It's not great, you know?
Soon, everyone is going to learn to feel the feet.
You love horrors.
Time to get this shit moving.
Vampire movies. Did you see Renfield's on Amazon now?
Oh my
Crap,
God.
dude.
I'm literally following in your footsteps right now. It's so cool.
Or did you watch Renfield? Did you like Renfield?
Good day, Captain.
Or if I could fit these playing cards in my locker. Yes, the new one. Yeah, the one with Nicolas Cage in it. I always forget where my captain's locker is, to be honest.
Tell me you have something for me. I'm glad to see you looking well.
I remember where this captain's locker is one of these days. Never remember. I don't think it's this far back. You haven't seen Renfield yet, but you're gonna watch it? Here, Maverick says he likes horror movies. What was the movie I saw recently that was a horror movie with Batista in it? You know, where they go up to this cabin and they're like talking about the end of the world. Have you seen that one?
Come on, Cap. Let me help with something.
Here's the cargo bay. Or is that the captain's one? Cargo hold. Why are those in there? Huh.
It's always good to see a friend.
Cabin in the woods. Yeah, that's what it was. I thought that movie was pretty decent, actually.
Someone to carry all your junk, right? It's nice to see you.
You're gonna watch The Boogeyman? What's Esther responding? What are you saying okay about? Did I miss something? You know, boring's not the right word, Maverick. If a movie doesn't have non-stop action, it doesn't make it boring. A movie can be quite good and not have a lot of action. Oh, you saw One Piece? You know, I always lose my little captain's storage. Oh, I might have mixed up my stuff because I changed the cargo bay. Oh, you said to watch it.
You didn't forget about me?
Oh yeah, you lost Amazon. You're gonna watch The Boys, but you never got around to it because said your roommate canceled Amazon on you. That's too bad. I'm kind of sad on your behalf that you didn't get to start that before that happened. Here's the galley. You can cook in the galley, I think. See? I can make alien jerky and an alien sandwich. All I know how to make right now.
Whenever I'm lost, I think, what would you do in my shoes? Not literally, however, I've got small feet.
That's how it feels to be in the Vanguard. Just waiting around for orders.
You're complaining.
Sorry, I was lost in thought.
But it's like when you can't find your little computer storage. Now every time I go to find it, can't find it again. I think it's past this cargo. Where's Captain's bunk? It's got to be near there, right? I mean, who sleeps there? There's like one bed.
Something on your mind?
You're here to give me something to do, right? Let's get going.
This lady is a thief and she's good at concealment.
Where are we going? What are we doing? What's next for me? Until next time, there will be a next time. Won't there?
I don't know. I'm not Google. I assume it comes from the anime. You said it was an anime cartoon. So I added a storage unit. It's got to be the storage unit. There's my captain's thing. Look at it. In this little red room. I'll have to remember that next time. Christmas Carol. Put one of those in there. I guess it doesn't matter. We could put both in there. Wonder how you use that. No, there's also a video game. To undock. And we're going down to the planet surface. Probably didn't help my ship any. Is it like sea pirates? Probably. I just should land, eh? Here we're going to the lock. Well, it's not too cold for my guy.
This is more my speed. Oh, I could hike here for a while.
About time you got here.
I told you you were wasting your time, Del.
I'm not taking anyone's side at anything. All I am doing is watching the both of you and waiting for one of you to do something stupid so I can put you on the ground. Yeah? We will see. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your...
My guy's a double agent.
You got that?
Fine.
All right. Listen up, because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to scrap for loot. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me. Before he touched off the riots, Grix spent time behind bars at the lock. If he cooked up any sort of a plan about his legacy, the trail has to start here. Oh, I don't know. I was really hoping for a huge sign on the wall saying, Grix's legacy clues here. Do I have to spell everything out? Look for data slates, notes, terminal entries? If you wrote a poem on a piece of toilet paper, I want it. It's so simple, even a rook like you can't screw it up.
Hold on, no scrapping. How the hell am I supposed to make money around here?
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one simple rule. When you're on a job, you do exactly what I say. No questions asked.
This guy's a tough guy, eh?
Just say so, and I will leave you on this ice ball without a ship. You will be dead within hours.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's one more thing. Your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison, but I will be damned if I'm letting them inside.
Oh, very nice. I'll just remain here and soak in the planet's lovely winter-like atmosphere until I go hypothermic.
I mean, you could sit on the ship.
Between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving.
I don't like not being able to scrap though.
That part of the life form should prove useful.
Does count as scrapping? Change my weapon.
Sidonia is an industrial town. I'd be happy to carry a few things for you. Maybe another time.
Here we are. The place where Jasper Griggs laid the groundwork for finding the legacy and eventually the Crimson Fleet. The Lock. Around 5 years. Rumor says he started planning his escape the moment that he arrived.
Yeah, he needs to get this thing open, like, right now. It's freezing out here.
Then
You guys got pretty cool looking armor.
Mathis, because it's probably not going to get much better once we are inside. All right, let's keep moving. Standing out here isn't...
Yeah, a place like that with no power would be pretty cold. Winter environment.
This ID card cost a small fortune. Let's hope it pays off. We are in. Let's go. First time I've been inside this part of the lock, so keep your eyes open. See anything unusual? Call it out. Hostile? Take it down.
How many people do the UC stick down here now?
Probably hundreds at least. May not look like much. It's better than trying to survive on the surface.
Not much better. Even with the heating on, this place looks like a goddamn dump.
Now you know why the prisoners got fed up and looked to Griggs to lead them out of here.
And that's how the Crimson Fleet began. Yeah, we've all heard the story.
It's not a story, Mathis. It's history. Remember that. Now, keep your mouth shut and your eyes open.
David Copperfield. I'm just looking if you can loot here or not. Like, what's this mission called? Echoes of the Past. Phew! Holy cow, man. Oh man, I can't believe I was sneezing. Ah, I should save just in case, I guess. I assume I can come back at some point. Oh, my watch just told me the time.
Must be a nest. I bet these things are crawling all over the place.
Yeah, and their buddies probably heard us firing from about a kilometer away. Hallelujah. Think about it, genius. We just unleashed hell on these things. You have any idea how far the sound of gunfire carries? Especially on a barren ice ball like this? If we weren't on this job with Delgado, I'd drop you for saying that.
Enough already! I should have known better than to bring both of you at the same time. Now let's see. Looks like we are inside some sort of prisoner transfer area, but everything is locked down tight. Since you are such good friends, why don't you and Mathis head up to that control room and see if you can get some more of these doors open?
Fell down.
Damn it. This ice and rock must be several meters thick. God damn it, we're cut off. Well, this is just great. The hell are we supposed to do now? The plan? Who gives a shit about the plan? Let's face it, we're on our own now. You think he rigged that collapse on purpose? No. No way. I get that we're down here trying to prove ourselves, but I don't think this is what Delgado had in mind. Why? Because that's what his loyal little soldiers are supposed to do? The hell with that. I have a better plan. We use this opportunity to take out Delgado, and at the same time, make some serious credits for ourselves. Yeah, we're doing this right now. Or maybe we should wait until the next time we're on an alien world and separated from Delgado by an ice fall. We bide our time. And when the moment's right, we hit him with everything we've got. Even the almighty Delgado won't stand a chance if we work together. Oh, come on. We're just a couple of rooks. When are we ever gonna have a chance like this again? Let's pretend for a second Delgado's correct, and there's information here about Crix's legacy. Once we get rid of him, we'll dig up the garbage ourselves and sell whatever we find to Neva. We'll be rolling in credits. Hell no. Come on, we both know anything we find here about the legacy is going to be a dead end. If Neva wants to spend the rest of her life chasing ghosts, let her. We got more important things to do, like spending all of our money. No way. Listen to me. We're going to be handing Neva leadership of the Crimson Fleet on a platter. She'll be thanking us for getting rid of Delgado. I mean, come on. I'll bet you a month's share that he's never been this vulnerable. It's perfect. Are you crazy? I'm no rat for Delgado. I'm busting my ass to become one of the Crimson Fleet captains, just like you. And in case you missed it, that icefall trapped both of us in here. Unless we find a way out, no one's reporting anything to anyone. Ever again. Oh, fine. Suit yourself. You know, for a second there, I was almost starting to respect you. Now, let's find a way out of here.
Took a little bit of sealant.
And here I thought we were going to be doing something fun, like rob a bank.
Anyone up there? Use the intercom up there if you can. Damn it. Is anyone there? Come on, we need these doors open. Hello? Hello?
If we get out of here,
Quit screwing around and pick up.
they're hanging us out to dry.
So the two of you made it, huh? You kidding? After what just happened? After that icefall? I didn't know what to think. I figured the two of you were crushed to death. Well, brush the dust off and listen up. We have obviously been cut off, so I need you to do two things. First, I want you to keep looking for a way to open the rest of the doors down here. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. And second, try and dig up whatever you can about Jasper Crix. You both got that? I'll make it easy for you. If you find anything that says Crix or Legacy, you grab it. This really isn't that difficult. Yeah? You'd better. And tell Mathis not to get any bright ideas, or I will gut him myself.
Probably D block, I guess. D or E block.
Attention. Lockdown mode has been rescinded.
What's that over there? Looks like there's a guard tower overlooking the cell block. We should check it out. I swear, I am never putting ice in my drinks. Ever again.
Lots of goods in here. Well, go, buddy.
Can you imagine how angry the prisoners were when they rioted? I would hate to have...
You're still here. Holy crap. I thought you were gone. No, no, no. Up here, that's just a broken stairs, isn't it? It's a very well done game, isn't it? Steal all the coffee mugs if you want. This thing. Furious drumbeat. The ammo. Guess they didn't want me hanging out with my regular companion. I hang out with this doorknob. What are you shooting at? Oh crap, there's something up there. I'm throwing grenades. Cause an avalanche in here or something. Some behind me too. There is too. Whew, it's like aliens in here, eh? lock me in. I think he didn't lock me in, eh? Not this one, because there's only a couple. Probably this one. And one of these two. Not sure what the difference is there. I think they're the same. Probably not there though. It's probably here. You know what the point of that was? This guy doesn't have that good of stuff on him. Alright, this one's a little more complicated, this lock. So if there's like a 3, bottom and top 2. Not that one. Maybe it's that one, just the top 2, eh? Any that are right side by side like that? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, if they say I shouldn't have been looting, I mean, that's the problem, I guess. I've been looting. This way? It's down there, eh? Dead end.
While we're picking through the trash, we might as well grab some good stuff for ourselves.
Oh crap. It nailed me.
So, have you changed your mind yet?
Ugh.
Don't act stupid. I'm talking about off in Delgado and getting paid by Neva for the info on Crix. Yeah, right. You saw it back there. Those things, whatever they were, they've probably ripped him to shreds by now. Did the job for us. And if they haven't, we can still handle the job. We just have to get our hands a little dirty. Wouldn't be the first time, am I right? You didn't see. Those aliens were tearing through them like tissue paper. It'd be a miracle if any of them were alive.
This guy, eh?
Saved us a hell of a lot of trouble. Of all the people to get trapped here with, why the hell did I get stuck with you, huh? Fine.
I'm the player character.
So, now that we've made it to the guard tower, what's our next move, genius? Keep doing what we've been doing. Right. Glad I asked. I suppose we should start off by searching the tower for the location of Crix's cell. If he stashed any useful information, it might still be hidden somewhere inside.
Yes, let's search this guard. That guard. I don't see him anywhere there. One's corrupted. I wonder if these are employee names or something. Unlock everything. Locate the cache in cell D2 106.
Cell D03118. Okay. It's a place to start, I guess.
What if I ran at that if I could make it? The heck? None of these. This is the only one that works. Maybe that one. Joint pain? The heck? Got all sorts of status. Core and muscles. Light blue and red. I got purple. Lacerations. A bandage. Dave, it's been a while, eh? I got 2 of these. I don't have room for it.
They aren't paying us enough to be poking through this scrap heap.
You want us to jump that? Kind of a big jump, dudes. Oh, we took care of the biz. Good grenade placement, I think.
You see, must have burned some serious Critics wanted out of the place. How can these things live in this kind of cold? That's bullshit.
Oh, there's nothing really in here. D2-106, which one is this?
I bet those things are crawling. Right behind the walls. Ugh.
Today, I bumped into someone in the mess hall yapping about a ship carrying a fortune in credits. I know it's usually bullshit, but he seemed to have details. After striking up a conversation, I found out the ship was a Galbank transport named Legacy that went down in some remote system during the war. This is exactly the score I'd been waiting to find. I need to contact Carter to let him know it's time to get off this rock. He'll help the mining details slip into the utility closet and the ventilation room. That's where we'll dig. Not up, but through. Right to the armory. Carter mentioned that security keeps rotating codes on all the terminals in the lock, so we'll have to coordinate this carefully. For now, we'll continue using his locker in the showers area as a drop point for the code to the utility closet. By this time next month, I should be out of this dump and uploading those creds into my account.
Delgado was right. Cricks must have hit the Galbank transport and stashed away the money or something. Play this right.
Ah, crap. Wrong button to jump.
100 years old, eh? It's amazing this entire place hasn't collapsed by now.
Maybe that one? I don't think it's that one. Definitely not that one. It looks like it's not gonna get used. Maybe this one? Not one that's straight across. This one. Maybe that one. Isn't even in this stupid room. Sealant metabolic agent. Hell's open with a computer. The crap. So I guess it only opens up one section at a time. I could make that. Helps when I press the right button, but oh, jeez. See me jump there? Holy crap. Care of the business. I got an extra skill here. That thing easier. Outer ones, maybe? I don't know which ones that was. Second. Oh, I've been amusing. No, it's Equinox. Not that one. I pick a lot of locks to level it up. Well, these are showers.
Can't believe this is where the fleet started. It's history now. Blows me mind.
You are our guest.
Hey, oh kid, thank you for liking. Much appreciated.
Was this an armory? Looks like they cleared this place out. This ought to come in handy. All right, let's keep moving.
What is this thing? Holy crap, look at that. What I'm using is an Equinox, I think. It's the same damage. You're watching a movie? Which one? Blood Bite? I'm not familiar with that one. Oh, okay. Sharks. I never heard of that one. Are you gonna watch the Meg too? Yeah, one day. Above the ranking than Oppenheimer. Any there two side by sides? Nope. That's used quite yet. Look at that one. Tea time. So that one fits there, but no twos. That one fits there, but there's no relatively close ones. Maybe that one. And that's a pretty decent weapon, so I'm gonna keep that.
Can you imagine how angry the prisoners were when they tried it? I would hate to.
Oh, jeez. Oh, crap. Oh, that surprised me. Bean. There, it's cold here anyway in this particular environment.
sent to Sin to break it up. Might have been half a dozen inmates. It was hard to tell. We almost had it under control when one of them stuck a shiv into my leg. Luckily, the other guards dragged me out of there before he finished the job. Seems like the genius who designed this place didn't realize that the inmates would start carving weapons out of the permafrost. So now I'm cold, I'm tired, and my leg hurts like hell. Great way to start my first tour at this dump.
100 years old. It's amazing this entire place hasn't collapsed by now. They built the office right next to the shuttle bay before
Two and four. Do it. Ugh, making dust too.
I'm the only one left. Damn creatures finished off the rest of my people. But finding the
Oh, he's by himself.
that is going to make their sacrifice worthwhile. I don't know. Looks like some kind of a security office or something. It doesn't matter. Did you find anything or not?
You're back. Welcome back. Looks like Delgado is by himself because these other guys got killed. This other guy wants to take him over. And of course there's... or kill him. Trying to see if I should blame or say bad things about the guy or not, you know? I guess it probably doesn't matter. If you guys are a friend or not.
I knew it. Everyone said I was out of my mind, but something told me we'd find the answers down here. Looks like I picked the right person for the job.
Hey, what the hell? This is bullshit, Delgado. I helped plenty.
Tell him to shut up. I will deal with him later.
Whatever.
Okay. Now all we have to do is find a way off of this planet. Let me see. Here we go. I'm looking at schematics for the lock, and I don't think there's a way to get you back to the surface from there. But I can open the outer doors to the shuttle bay and let you fly one of the shuttles down there directly up to the key. Don't worry about your ship. I will send some people down to get it. You just get
I have a pilot on board.
get out of here. I don't care if you are finished or not. I want that information about Griggs' legacy in my hands. After that, you can come back down to Suvorov and dig through the snow to your heart's content. Okay, let me see. One of these probably opens the door.
Shuttle bay activated. Initiating the icing process. Please stand by.
Yup, it's got it. Might take a while though. Those bay doors have not been opened in almost a century. You have done a hell of a job, Rook. We will talk when you get back to the key.
Why the hell did you lie to Delgado about me? You didn't do all this work alone.
Sarah's simply concerned. You're gonna backstab me?
Hey, come on. I was just looking out for both of us. I could have cut you out of the deal, but I didn't, right? Look, about all that killing Delgado stuff, why don't we just forget about everything that I said? You know, like it never happened. Yeah, of course, don't worry, I'm good for it. Now, let's get the heck out of here.
That my other follower is sitting outside there. He didn't seem too offended by me collecting stuff, I guess. Although I guess if I would have collected everything, I would have been weighed down. Holy crap! That one.
I'm gonna wipe the floor with you!
There it is. I'll get out of here. Let's get a different weapon. I don't know, some sort of weird alien, I guess. We gotta go. Multiple levels, I guess. First ship I've been on that had multiple levels. Oops. I have a new home ship. I don't know if the prison ship would be better or not.
All crew accounted for. We're ready to depart.
The fleet is family. Stealing from each other is just a professional courtesy.
Fine, I'll take your stuff then.
Rook?
I think it's the one from Near's Edge.
Need something?
Gail Dunnigan of SSNN, and this is Galactic Talk. My guest tonight is one of the most notorious criminals in the settled systems. His ruthlessness and desire for wealth has landed him squarely at the top of the wanted list for every major law enforcement agency in the galaxy. I am, of course, speaking of the self-appointed leader of the Crimson Fleet himself, Jasper Crix. Good evening, Mr. Crix.
Good evening, Gail. Thank you for accepting my invitation.
Yes, well, being blindfolded and then grav jumped to what appears to be an abandoned mining facility isn't exactly what I'd call an invitation.
Well, I'm sure you're not surprised that your request for an interview would come with some very specific conditions.
Frankly, I was a bit surprised to receive any type of response at all. Would you mind telling me why you decided to do this interview?
Because there comes a time in every pirate's life where they have to make an extremely important decision. Do they take a leap and become one of the most legendary pirates in history? Or do they simply sputter on, subsisting on freighters and deep space privateers?
So are we to assume that you are taking the leap? That Jasper Crix is moving on to bigger and better things in his life?
That's spot on, Gail. That's exactly why you're here.
Interesting. Well then, would you mind sharing with us exactly what your particular leap entails?
In due time. There's no rush. In fact, I'd say we have at least 12 hours before the authorities trace this broadcast. Plenty of time to discuss whatever you like.
Oh, all right then. Perhaps the best place to start this interview would be at the beginning of your career.
Please, proceed.
There you go.
If you need credits, hit up the mission boards at the core.
Ship services? You need it, I've got it. If you want to stay under the radar, I've got just the thing. All business and no fun, huh? All right, let's see what you need.
It's got an A reactor. One crew. Not much for shields and stuff. Weird, the piloting things up here, eh? It's got an SDGD 1200 grav. Oh, it's not even a choice on here. 9 max power, 14. Nine 14 55. A little bit less than this one here. These engines, what kind of engines are these? E10 engines. Not a choice. I got a great mobility though. So the cargo, there's cargo 300 on it. Oh, the Docker's in the front on that one. A lot of cargo. So 1,000 cargo it can hold. A lot of this you need like Starship design to be able to do this one. Warnings. I was missing shields. There's no engines and stuff like that too.
Here to upgrade that ship of yours? If you've got the credits, I've got the time. I've got plenty of goodies to choose from.
Not very good shields. So I can almost afford this bottom one.
Anything ship related, you're at the right place. Sure. It's not like I'm busy keeping this rust bucket of a station. Oh, yeah. Nothing like changing it up to make a ship feel new again.
Ask a Jazz about any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
Please tell me you know exactly what it is.
So there I am.
How do I get to my ship?
You've got stuff to smuggle. I've got the stuff to hide it.
I'll head to my crew position. Sorry. All this waiting is putting me to sleep.
This is a beautiful place, don't you think?
Oh, I guess it transferred all the stuff automatically.
Oh my god, I'm literally following in your footsteps right
Are you looking to start something?
You see Sis Def as a joke.
under the radar. No, but just remember, I don't work for free. Sounds like fun. Let's see what I've got.
I wonder how you sell the ship. You have to add a bunch of lasers, eh? Look at that thing. It really adds shields. God, it's like 36,000 bucks. Let's see. Class. Oh, I see some have passenger slots, some have crew stations. Can't go there, I guess. An engineering bay. Now the docker's in an invalid position now. Can I clone this thing? There's duplicate. I can't duplicate those. Need some sort of engine thing, I guess. That's what I need. That's probably like a back engine mount. Maybe that thing. Nope, I don't think that's that thing then. Maybe that one? Guess that works. Jump. Thrust. Now we gotta add some laser guns, man. And missile launchers. I don't know if that's the same one I have on the other one. The only problem is we're getting rid of that fires slightly faster. How do you assign it? How to assign ship weapons to a group? Press the RB. Open up flight check. Weapons. Oh, I see. You like this game? It's so in depth, eh? I had to look up how to do that. Design your ship however you want. I'm just playing around, seeing if I can even afford to modify this prison ship. Because there's parts I don't have skills to build, so I'm going to keep those parts, and I just added a couple extra engines. Got like 4 engines. They look like the little ship from the smaller cruiser in the Star Wars, eh? There's cannons. What do those do? 13 damage. Then these do shield damage. Oh. So you get lasers for the things, and then cannons for the hull damage. You knock their shields down with that. The lasers on top. Maybe I'll put some cannons on the side. Not that expensive cannon though. I can't put that on the side. I flip them. Maybe I can put the cannon on top. Maybe I can have to do a different laser. Side laser or something. Those are all too heavy duty. I had like on my other ship, I had some lasers that were on the top and bottom mount and side mounts. Maybe I gotta get a mount for them. Something like that. Then let's try the laser, I guess. Freaking laser beams, man. Seems to work. There. This looks like a gunship if I ever saw one now. Weapon 0 would be IR lasers. Those would be cannons. Oh, we don't have a shield. Crap. We're running low on money here. Thing it told me about that, eh? I don't need it, like shield mount. Five less than $3,000. Look at the shields you can get. Alright, let's try that one. Flip it. You make it sideways. like it there particularly much. Can put it there. A lot of balls on that side, eh? I guess there's a bunch of balls everywhere. Now it's just slightly too much money. What if we went down a reactor? That one. Guess that thing's not that expensive. These engines are pretty pricey though. How much would it kill my mobility to get rid of one? C1 mobility still not great. Um, Funny having an extra engine there, but brings the cost down a bit. Be nice if I could shield these things though. $1,000. Those hold 170 for 2,300. These hold 400. I lost a lot of mobility there. I don't know. Maybe I go with non-shielded on this ship. For now. Use the other one for smuggling, you know? There's no such thing as a cheap engine, is there? That's those 2010 engines. These yellow engines have some good thrust on them. Can I duplicate them? Nope. Or if I pull that engine off, then just go with a lighter engine. Hey, these guys. With pretty good mobility. And it's just under the right amount of credits. Do you think my ship is it super ugly or what? If I can, color things and make it chrome. Cool. I color the main level yellow. Maybe I should make the whole thing a different color. Easier than coloring it. Color that is. I don't know why I can't duplicate these engines. Cost money to paint it. Oh, that's It doesn't like it costs money to color it. I wonder what color this stuff is. This red stuff. A match. Doesn't change it too much, does it? Guess those are white no matter what. Kind of a clumsy looking ship. You can upgrade the shields at some point. Cargo bays. We'll have to collect a lot of stuff. Weapons are all assigned. So W1 is cannons, W0 is lasers. And then hopefully it rename the ship. Call it the Starship. I Got it within $50 of my credits. Like a complete overhaul.
Here to upgrade that ship of yours? I don't mind helping, but it'll cost you. Sure, sure. Let me punch that up, and we can have at it.
This thing looks like it's really nasty compared to the other one, eh? This one looks like it's like, although this one is just as well armed. This one actually has way more, fielding engines, the missiles, and the hull destroying stuff. The lasers are about the same, so I can eventually improve the lasers. So I can jump just a little bit farther. Capable of a little more crew and has way more cargo capacity. Like 300 more. So the mobility is 97. This one's mobility is 30. So I can lose some mobility if I make it heavier. Top speed is 150. Top speed is 150. Lots of room for expansion though. On the thing there. And this one docks on the front too. I guess I could try it. I gotta probably switch it to the home ship.
Fun, huh? What do you need? I bet you would. I'm just kidding. Let's take a look.
Oh, I should check the fuel.
Stuff to smuggle. I don't mind helping, but oh, yeah, nothing like.
Oh yeah, this one carries like tons of fuel too. So my other ship's a smuggling ship, and this one's not. Save so I don't have to redesign that again. don't know if I need this one. 17 damage. These shotguns are actually kind of useless, to be honest. So, magazine 2 and that one. Where's the other shotgun? I can. This one. There. I put that one there. Press down there. I'll put the Eon thing here. Where the lawgiver is. The lawgiver is 30 damage and it's better than a coachman. 2 damage, 2 shots. Yeah, I could probably get rid of that one. It's purple, but how many shots does it have? Oh, it's got 6 in the mag though. Maybe I'll put this one instead of the coachman.
If it's hard to find, don't even try to rip me off. Hey, I'm always ready to take credits off your hands.
Or did I not put the solstice out? Those aren't worth very much. What's this one? $27 and $21. We got one of those eons. An Orion. $27 laser. Is that better than these things? 1.5 laser. Oh, this is a different kind of laser. Leave that for now, I guess. You also want to sell from here? Not the Vanguard pack. Blender base, I'll sell that. Digipix. Dumbbells. Oh, I picked up all this stuff. I think some of this stuff is kind of there to make it look livable in the ship. I've sold it before. Free money, I guess. Yeah, I'm already gonna have some money. $3,000. I'm not really using this.
Always a pleasure.
Need a drink? Bug at the last Nova will be more than happy to take you there. A lot of us in the fleet came out of the mud.
you are. The hell took you so long?
It's about time. I was about to fly down and loot your bodies.
Not now, neighbor. Well, you said you found something. Hand it over. That's it? Just one slate? After losing so much of our crew, it better be a map with a big red X on it. Well, I'll be damned. Legacy wasn't referring to Crix's fortune. It's the name of an actual ship. A Galbank transport, probably loaded with credits.
Never heard any stories about a Gal Bank ship going down. And even if it had happened, it would have been picked clean years ago.
No, neighbor. Think. If Galbank covered it up, and over time, the location was eventually forgotten, it wouldn't be on anyone's radar. Okay, this changes things. Now that we know what we are looking for, we have to narrow the search. Because they would be rolling in so much cash, there is no way they could keep it quiet. It's like hitting a jackpot. Not to mention, they'd need someone with Shinya skills to keep the crypto tracing on the currency clean. And as far as Galbank goes, I doubt they would bother. Their bean counters would be too busy weighing the loss versus recovery costs. No, the legacy is out there, just waiting for us to find. I can feel it. I'm sure he did not have a choice. People would kill to get a crack at a score this big. I know I have. Let us start with what we know. It was a Galbank ship, which means the company is going to have records of where it went down. Neva, weren't you working on a deal with Rokov? Something about a big wig charity event on one of Trident's Starliners?
Are you serious? I've been working on that gig for 3 months. That's my score.
Ay, Dios mío. Will you shut up about your score and think for a second? That Starliner has a Galbank VIP suite aboard, which means... Come on, Neva. This isn't hard.
Which means a Gal Bank exec will be aboard. We grab their credentials and get ourselves into the Gal Bank archives in New Atlantis. Holy shit, that might actually work. I'll send a message to Rokov right away.
Pack your bags, Rook. You're going on vacation. And since you've earned it, take this gun with you. Might come in handy when Rokov screws everything up as usual.
Oh, look at that. What gun's that?
It's not what you're thinking. It's more of an office than a bank vault. Once you're inside, you'll be able to gain access to one of their computers and find out more about the legacy. Rokov is... well, he's Rokov. A real pain in the ass. He used to run with the fleet until we kicked him out. Lately, he has been using his long-hauling skills to captain a Starliner for Trident. Gives us a contact within the company. He has been trying to get his foot back in the door with us for years. But I'm not ready to let him in just yet. Maybe you can use that to your advantage. Good, because that is exactly what you are going to be doing. Neighbor and I are too well known to walk around the Starliner without being recognized. If Trident Security spotted us, it'd be over. I need you to board that ship. Make contact.
You can probably tell me by my giant spacesuit I always wear.
I see what you are getting at, Rook. And don't worry, I would ask the same thing. Just be sure to get those credentials. Anything else of value you find on Rokov's Starliner is all yours. You'd better. Oh, before you leave, I wanted you to know that I took what you said about Mathis into consideration, and I've decided to cut him from the fleet.
Honestly, I'm surprised he made it off Suvorov in one piece.
Because you're the one that finished the job. You followed orders and you put your neck on the block to get that data to the key. As far as Mathis goes, I'm sure you had to drag him through the lock and prevent him from doing something as stupid. We'll see. That's it then. Next stop for you is Rokov Starliner, the Siren of the Stars. And remember, Rokov does not need to know anything about Grixis' legacy. For now, it's just between us. Now get out of here.
Hey, Rook. Before you head out, I need to have a word with you. Meet me at the last Nova after you wrap things up with Mathis.
If you have any last questions about the job, ask them now.
I'm gonna look at the gun that you gave me. I have to reorganize my guns again. What is it? Key hauler. Does more damage. Frenzy. Looks like a pretty cool weapon. 0.43 MI. I don't have that ammo. This one has... Oh, never mind. I guess we'll sub out that one. Modified Urban Eagle. Or wait. That's 39 damage. That's only 29 damage. These weapons I haven't even used. Check out the new ship. I can find it. Well, I guess that lady wants to talk to me.
I got secret compartments on my ship just in case.
I hope Bug has something strong enough to round me out.
I like my weapons like I like my coffee.
He likes his weapons like he likes his coffee.
Hey, I want to talk to you. Thanks to you, Delgado's cutting me from the fleet. Well, you know what? You better get your own fleet, because I'm coming after you.
Ain't no place like home.
Oh, I see. You think you're some kind of big shot, is that it? Gonna show poor Mathis a little mercy now that you're Delgado's best buddy, yeah? Well, guess what? Your generosity is getting me kicked off the key. And that means you better watch your back.
This guy, eh?
Yeah? Well, then it just cost you big time, because now you're a walking corpse. You just don't know it yet.
Threaten us all you want, Mathis. You did this to yourself.
Now get the hell out of me way!
Poor Mathis.
Stay the hell away from me.
I saved your life, buddy. I kept you. You're gonna be busting up the fleet soon.
It appears we've stumbled across the embodiment of the phrase absolute mayhem.
You weren't playing that.
In the fleet, you either put up, shut up, or die. Your choice.
Lost a friend. But on the other hand, I got regrets. I'll probably feel better once I spend them. Rook.
They're far away from them. That's contraband.
You turn against us, you dead.
I used to work for a megacorp, or a monkey suit and everything. Seems like it was the time.
Certainly. Let's talk about something else.
Hey, I found another one.
How did the Crimson Scar become the Crimson Fleet?
After I busted out of the lock, I decided to take things to the next level. I had the key, a few UC ships, and a couple dozen ex-cons at my side. But I needed more, so I sent out the call. Once word got around, didn't take long for freelance pirates from every corner of the settled systems to show up.
And this is how the Crimson Fleet was born.
Exactly. The key became our base of operations. We spent months reinforcing our position there, making it nearly impossible to approach.
what was the UC's response to the situation?
First of all, UC Security gave up and handed the reins over to the big guns, the UC Navy. The Navy, in turn, sent ships to attack the Key. I'd say there have been 3 major attacks over the last few years. And as you can tell by the fact we're having this interview, all the attacks were embarrassing failures.
Do you feel these embarrassing failures led them to form UC Systems?
Absolutely. They've clearly given up and decided to shove the responsibility onto a separate division. That way, in the public eye, the UC Navy can move forward, proud and strong, while UC SysDef continually takes all the blame. It's all about PR spin for them, Gale. That's how the UC operates. Kinda disgusting, don't you think?
Sounds a bit like you're trying to deflect attention off the atrocities the Crimson Fleet commits on a daily basis.
Atrocities, huh? How about fighting the Freestar Collective over a bunch of rocks hanging in space? How about thousands of people dying while a bunch of pencil-pushing bastards sit in a cushy office and draw lines on a star map? Maybe the United Colonies should stop the bullshit and take a hard look in the mirror to see who the monsters really are.
What's your poison? I was wondering when you'd wander my way. The name's Fergus. Fergus Wickham. But you could call me Bog. Welcome to the last Nova, where the drinks are never free. Got her back in my experimental days. Before we fixed up Nova, she was a real boggy mess. Practically an indoor swamp. I figured some of what's growing around here could make some decent booze. Some might say I only got the booze part right. Guilty? You name it, I got it. Although, I can't speak to quality. We don't believe in expiration dates here as long as it gets the job done. As long as you're buying, stay as long as you like. The last Nova never sleeps, so no last call here. Since it's your first time with us, I'm willing to make an exception to the rule and offer you my speciality. On the house. 1 free bottle of Bog's Grog. The good ones always are, mate. And if you like it, you're in luck. Cheapest drink you can find, and guaranteed to drown those sorrows. Plenty of options to wet your whistle.
Laser can.
Next time you need a pint, come and find me.
If you're doing any lifting later, I can spot you.
Yeah.
Smuggling, it's a real job, eh,
There you are. All right, look. I've been lining up a score with that asshole Rokoff on the Siren of the Stars for months. I'm not about to let a payday slip through my fingers. So guess what? You're gonna finish the job for me. My score involves a one-time event being held aboard the Siren of the Stars. If anyone finds out the Crimson Fleet's aboard that Starliner, the event will be canceled and I can kiss my payday goodbye. There's no way I'm gonna miss this window of opportunity. I'm about to tell you, so shut up and listen. Rokov's been tipping me off about some kind of bullshit charity event that the Siren of the Stars is hosting. At the event, they're gonna give away something called the Earth Savior Award, which is worth tens of thousands of credits. So it's simple. While you're on the Siren, swiping those Galbank credentials, I want you to grab that award and bring it to me. No, Dombrowski's only aboard to use the Galbank VIP suite, so he can catch a free ride at the company's expense. I'm sure he'll be there partying with the other spoiled brats. I can guarantee he doesn't give a crap about what's going on at the event. From the pictures I've seen, the award is set with 12 blue diamonds and covered in gold filigree. If I get Jazz to take it apart, I can turn it into a hell of a lot of cash. And best of all, the components become untraceable.
Ah, doesn't want to really do it, eh?
Yeah, very funny. You're hilarious. You should stand up on the bar here and start telling more jokes. This crowd would eat it up. Look, you can make all the jokes and excuses you want. But if you don't come back with the ES award, I'm gonna deduct it from your pay. Either way, I get my money. How much you walk away with is in your own hands. Got it?
Unless you plan to walk away empty-handed, she really isn't giving us a choice.
All Rokoff does is feed me information. If I ask him to lift a finger, he gives me enough sob stories to fill a freighter's cargo bay. If you want my advice, leave him completely out of the loop. Otherwise, it's gonna cost both of us some credits. Yeah, ES, Earth, Savior. Get it? Come on. Keep up with me here. I got about 17 other things to do and you're holding me up. Then it's settled. All right, Rook, we're done here. Now, get your ass to the Siren and bring me my goods. Because that's exactly what you are. A rookie, a newbie, fresh meat. Beneath all of that inexperience, I'm sure you have an actual name. But honestly, no one gives a damn. So get used to hearing that word. Until you earn your stripes, you're a rook to everyone in the fleet. Hit me up if you got questions.
Let's get out of here and see what my ship flies like. I have to make modifications or not.
Drop here, then down on the surface of Suvorov.
Oh, should clean up all the crap I just picked up, I guess, too. There's a lift there. I didn't even realize that. Didn't even go. Operating center? Oh. Big circle.
I hope you came with credits. We can talk about whatever you want.
I guess I could probably sell that. I'll keep that for a little longer. Aurora, let's sell that. It's 109 each. Good thing I checked, actually. Get some immobilizers, I guess. I got some. Have to go have dinner. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed soon, I think. I'm just gonna test my ship up though. Where's the throwables? No throwables for them.
Don't miss me too much.
Get a tour of the ship that I built.
Ask a Jazz about any ship of Wayne's. Nothing more than a pirate ship.
Now see how it's so big. I'll see if I can even find it.
Into space.
Must be the engineering module. Like a bed. Oh, doors in this place. Looks a lot different than the prison ship that I got onto earlier. Oh crap. Right, the front of the ship is the
Look at the state of this place. It's amazing the key is still in one piece.
There's the captain's locker. Cargo hold, that's all pretty easy to find.
Glorious day, don't you think?
Looks like it's not too interfering. Good. We can go collect stuff from the lock.
I never tire of visiting worlds like this.
Our ship back. Pretty impressive looking ship. There we go. Well, I'm going to bed now. What's 4? Jeez. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. Thank you for whatever role you played, those who shared, those who chatted, liked. Don't forget to check out my YouTube. Esto is our most recent chatter. AO was here earlier. Not sure who else might be still around. Do you like Elton John? 83% said yes. Gonna be a long, long time. Alright. That and the results. Have a good day.